Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The dreams came to Gandalf the White on nights when thunder rolled across the peaks of the misty mountains. In these visions, he stood once more upon the bridge of Moria, facing the ancient terror of flame and shadow. But unlike the true memory of that fateful confrontation, the Balrog did not roar in wordless rage. Instead, it spoke to him in Valarin, the primordial tongue of the divine beings who shaped the world, words urgent and desperate, fracturing like embers against the darkness. Varda's stars bear witness. The seal weakens. Return before the ancient dark, Gandalf would awaken then, his chamber in Minas Tirith illuminated by a cold sweat gleaming upon his brow. For 3 moons the dream persisted, until he could no longer dismiss it as mere phantasm or remnant trauma of his death and rebirth. On the 4th full moon after his return as Gandalf the White, he stood before the council in Rivendell, his eyes grave as midwinter frost. "I must journey to Moria," he announced, silencing the immediate protests with a raised hand. "Alone, the war against Sauron demands your wisdom here," Elrond countered, his ancient eyes searching Gandalf's face. "What could possibly draw you back to that darkness?" Gandalf's fingers tightened around his staff of rowan wood, its crystal illuminating the lines etched deep in his face. A warning. Perhaps a trap. Either way, I cannot ignore it. The eastern gate of Moria stood silent under a sky weeping gentle rain. No watcher disturbed the dark waters as Gandalf approached, speaking words of opening that caused ancient runes to shimmer momentarily before the great doors swung inward with the reluctance of old bones. The darkness beyond seemed to breathe, a living entity watching his approach. Gandalf raised his staff, its light pushing back the shadows but never truly banishing them. The devastation from the Fellowship's passage remained. ORC corpses now reduced to skeletal remains, the dried black ichor of their blood painting grotesque patterns across the stone floor. "I have returned," Gandalf whispered, his voice echoing through empty halls that once rang with the songs and hammers of the dwarven kingdom. Only silence answered him. He descended through the great halls, their magnificence now shrouded in cobwebs and decay. The journey took him 3 days, following the lingering traces of power that still scorched the stone where he and the Balrog had battled. In the endless stair, now shattered, he paused where they had burst forth onto Durin's tower. His eyes traced the path of their final confrontation upon the mountainside, then down to the lightless lake where the Balrog's physical form had finally been unmade. The descent required all of Gandalf's skill, rappelling down sheer cliff faces slick with ice and ancient moss. When at last his boots touched the shore of the subterranean lake, the water remained undisturbed, black as night and still as death. Yet something called to him here. A presence, diminished but undeniable. At the lake's center, a single flame hovered just above the obsidian surface, no larger than a candle's flicker, yet burning with a deep crimson light that cast no illumination upon the surrounding darkness. "So," Gandalf said softly, "something of you remains." The flame pulsed once, like a dying heart. Gandalf knelt at the lake's edge and closed his eyes, extending his awareness beyond physical sight. In the realm of spirit, the flame revealed its true nature, not merely fire, but consciousness. The last remnant of a being that had once stood among the mire at the dawn of creation. "Why have you called me here?" Gandalf asked, his voice reverberating across the water. The flame grew, expanding into a column that rose from the lake. Not the towering inferno of the Balrog's former glory, but a wavering specter in vaguely humanoid form. It spoke not with sound, but with impressions that burned directly into Gandalf's mind. The seal breaks. The void hungers. "I failed my vigil. What seal?" Gandalf demanded, rising to his feet. "What vigil do you speak of?" The flame figure extended an arm toward the far end of the cavern, where the darkness seemed more absolute. Gandalf raised his staff higher, forcing light into that unnatural shadow. As the illumination spread, he saw at an archway carved with symbols older than any he had encountered in his millennia of existence. The stone around it was cracked, fissures spreading like veins through the rock. Understanding dawned like a cold sunrise. "You are not drawn to Moria as Morgoth's servant," Gandalf whispered. "You were its guardian," the Balrog's essence pulsed in affirmation. Memories flowed from it to Gandalf, not forced upon him, but offered. Gandalf hesitated only a moment before accepting. Ancient visions flooded his consciousness, Arden newly formed. The Valar, discovering a wound in reality beneath the mountains, a remnant of Melkor's first discordant notes in the music of creation. A tear in the fabric separating ye from the void beyond. The Valar sealed it, placing a guardian, a powerful Maya who would later be known only as Durin's Bane. Millennia passed in isolation. Dwarves came, unknowing, built their kingdom above. The guardian remained hidden in the depths, maintaining the seal. Then corruption's slow, insidious whispers from beyond the seal, working upon the guardian's mind across centuries. When Morgoth returned to Middle-earth, the whispers took his voice, promising release from eternal vigil. But even corrupted, transformed into the demon of flame and shadow, the Balrog never abandoned its post completely. That final loyalty, buried beneath layers of corruption, had been its redemption and torment. "And now without your power, the seal weakens," Gandalf concluded, watching as new cracks spiderwebbed across the archway. From within those cracks, something darker than mere absence of light seemed to pulse. It comes, older than Morgoth's malice, hungrier than Ungoliant's emptiness. Gandalf approached the archway, staff raised. His power flowed into the seal, seeking to reinforce it, but the cracks merely slowed their spread rather than healing. He frowned, drawing deeper on his restored might as Olar N, emissary of the Valar. "My power alone is insufficient," he admitted finally, turning back to the flame specter. "What would you have me do?" The answer came not as words but as pure concept, searing in its simplicity and sacrifice. "Union," Gandalf recoiled. "You suggest we merge our essences." The White Council would name such an act abomination. They do not stand guardian here. They do not see the hunger beyond. The shadow within the cracks pulsed again. And this time, Gandalf felt its awareness ancient, patient, vast beyond comprehension. It sensed them, two mire flames against its endless void. Within that awareness, he felt its hunger not just for life or light, but for existence itself, a negation that would not stop with Middle-earth or even Valinor. "How can I trust what remains of you?" Gandalf demanded. "Your corruption burned away in our battle. What remains is my original purpose. My final duty." The specter floated closer, its flame dimming as if in exhaustion. "I do not ask to survive, White One. I ask to complete my vigil. To die with purpose, not failure, a tremor shook the cavern. A crack split across the floor, connecting to the archway. Through it welled absolute darkness, not merely absence of light, but its antithesis. Where it touched the stone, matter simply ceased to exist. Decision crystallized in Gandalf's mind. How is this done? The Balrog's essence approached him, the dying flame revealing one last memory, the original ritual taught by the Valar to establish the guardian bond with the seal. Complex, dangerous to both participants, but possible. 3 hours later, as the void substance had consumed nearly half the cavern, Gandalf stood before the archway. Around him blazed a circle of runes drawn in his own blood mixed with oils from his pack. The Balrog's essence hovered at the circle's center, waiting. I, Oler N of the Mire, Gandalf Greyhame, the White Rider, do accept this burden and this union, he intoned, staff raised high. The ritual words flowed from him in Valoran, each syllable resonating with the fundamental structure of Arda. The Balrog's flame expanded, surrounding him not with heat, but with memory its original name, now spoken again for the first time since the breaking of Arda. Its oath to the Valar, its long, lonely vigil. Gandalf felt his own essence opening, not to corruption, but to shared purpose. When the flame entered him, it was not as invasion, but as completion of something long sundered. Power surged through him, not the corrupted might of Morgoth's servant, but the original strength of a guardian chosen by the Valar. His white robes blazed with inner light, now shot through with threads of deepest crimson. His staff ignited, the crystal atop it burning with white fire ringed in red. He turned to the seal and saw it truly now not merely an archway, but a complex structure of power extending into dimensions beyond mortal sight. With his merged perception, he understood how to repair it. Gandalf, who was now more, raised his staff and spoke a word that had not been uttered since the music of creation. The broken seal responded, its fragments reversing their dissolution, ancient bindings rekindling with new strength. The void substance hissed and withdrew, forced back through the narrowing gaps. Gandalf advanced, each step burning with purpose, pushing back the ancient darkness, until finally, the seal was whole once more, not merely restored, but reinforced with the dual power of two Mire united in single purpose. When it was done, Gandalf fell to his knees, trembling with exhaustion. Within him, the Balrog's consciousness was fading, its purpose fulfilled. Guardian, it named him with its final thought. Remember your vigil, I will remember, Gandalf promised as the presence dissolved not into nothingness, but into harmony with his own essence. And I will return. When Gandalf emerged from Moria weeks later, those who saw him first believed him a stranger. His white robes now bore subtle patterns of flame along their edges, and in certain lights, his eyes reflected not stars but dancing fire. Only when he spoke did they recognized the familiar wisdom in his voice, though now it carried new depths of ancient memory and resolve. The White Council questioned him long upon his return, but of the true nature of what transpired in Moria's depths, Gandalf shared little. Some burdens, he knew, were meant to be carried alone, or almost alone. For on nights when thunder rolled across the misty mountains, he would sometimes speak to the flame that now dwelled within his heart, guardian to guardian, vigilant against the hunger that waited beyond the circles of the world. Story 2. The halls of Amhanaxar gleamed with a light that existed before the sun and moon were crafted, a radiance that flowed from the very beings who shaped Arda from the music. Within this ring of doom, 14 thrones arranged in a perfect circle cast shadows that moved contrary to any physical law, for in the realm of the Valar, reality bent to will rather than will to reality. Upon Upon these thrones sat the powers of the world man with eyes reflecting the infinite sky, Varda crowned with stars, Ulmo's form shifting like the restless tides, all bearing the hammer that forged mountains. They had gathered for a judgment unprecedented since the chaining of Melkor in the First Age. Before them stood two Mire spirits of the same divine race, though now as different as dawn from dusk. The first appeared as an old man, silver-bearded and white-robed, his eyes holding the wisdom of ages and the gentleness of summer rain. Yet those who could perceive beyond physical form saw his true nature, a flame of silver-blue light, brilliant and unwavering in its devotion to the music. This was Olrin, known to Middle-earth as Gandalf, who had fallen defeating the second being that stood before the Valar. That second being towered in darkness and flame, its form a grotesque mockery of its original beauty. Wings of shadow and fire stretched from shoulders crowned with horns of obsidian. The Balrog of Morgoth, Durin's bane, scourge of Moria, stood in chains forged from all its own breath, not material bonds, but restrictions upon the very essence of its being. Yet beneath the corruption, a flicker of its original nature remained a Maya who once sang harmoniously in the great chorus of creation. Man rose, his voice carrying not merely through air, but through the spirit of all present. Seldom do we gather to judge our own kind, he began, his gaze moving between the two Mire. Rarer still to judge one who has served faithfully alongside one who turned to darkness. Gandalf bowed his head. The Balrog remained motionless, flames dimming as if in resignation. Both have perished in battle upon Middle-earth. Continued in Mo, keeper of the houses of the dead, his voice solemn as fate itself. By ancient right, I should claim both spirits, one for rest and reward, one for judgment and the void. Yet the tapestry of fate shows threads unwoven, interjected there, whose fingers never cease their weaving of history's cloth. Their roles in artist's song remain unfinished. Man nodded, stepping down from his throne to approach the two beings. To Gandalf, he spoke with the fondness of a teacher to a cherished pupil. You have fulfilled your purpose beyond all expectation, Olrin. Few would question your right to rest within these blessed lands until the ending of all things. Then to the Balrog, his voice grew stern yet not without mercy. And you, Rethamel, once keeper of the sacred fires, fallen to Melkor's corruption, what justice would you have us render? The void awaits those who abandon the music for discord. The name Rethamel seemed to pierce the Balrog's corrupted form. A tremor passed through its frame at the utterance of a name unused since before the counting of years. It was Nienna, Lady of Mercy, who spoke next, her voice gentle as mist, yet unyielding as the foundations of the world. There remains a spark uncorrupted within this one. Small, yet present a note of the original harmony, not fully lost to Melkor's discord. Then I propose a test, declared man, rather than final judgment. A chance for both redemption and deeper understanding. A murmur passed among the Valar. Such interventions were rarer still for a being as corrupted as the Balrog. Yet none spoke against their leader's will. Let both return to Middle-earth. Man pronounced, but not as they were. For one lunar cycle, let Olrin bear the form and burden of terror that Rethamel carried, and let Rethamel walk as a pilgrim of wisdom. Neither shall retain memory of their true nature, yet both shall retain their essential character. In this way, we shall see if form dictates destiny, or if the music sings true regardless of vessel. Thus was the judgment rendered. The Valars were made manifest as light and shadow enveloped both Mire, transforming and transporting them back to the lands of Middle-earth. In the foothills of the misty mountains, where ancient pines stood guard over valleys untouched by mortal hands, a wanderer awoke beneath the sprawling branches of a sentinel tree. His weathered face creased in confusion as he took in his surroundings, memories scattered like autumn leaves in a brisk wind. He knew himself only as the Pilgrim, an elderly man with no recollection of his past beyond vague impressions of purpose. His possessions were few: a staff of gnarled wood that seemed too warm to his touch, a gray cloak that shed rain like a bird's feathers, and a small pouch containing herbs whose names and properties came to him without thought. Something urged him forward, an instinct toward the nearby village of Breachwood, whose lights twinkled in the valley below as evening approached. Meanwhile, deep within a long abandoned mine shaft beneath the northern spur of the mountains, another being stirred to consciousness. It rose in confusion, a towering form of living flame and shadow, horned and terrible. No name came to this creature, only a profound sense of isolation and power. The walls around it bore scorch marks from its mere proximity, and loose stones melted beneath its tread. The creature whom men would have named demon, had they beheld it, felt a strange absence of malice despite its fearsome appearance. Instead, it experienced something unfamiliar: curiosity, and beneath that, a peculiar loneliness. Through cracks in the mineshaft ceiling, it observed stars, beautiful, distant, unthreatening, and felt drawn toward their light, rather than repelled. As days passed, the Pilgrim found himself welcomed in Breachwood. Despite his strange appearance and mysterious origins, his wisdom and gentle nature earned him the villagers' trust. Children gathered around him in the evenings as he told tales that emerged from some deep well of memory, stories of great battles, noble sacrifices, and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. Where these tales came from, he could not say, yet telling them brought him peace. The flame being, meanwhile, explored its subterranean domain with growing frustration. Something called it upward, toward the world of light and life, yet instinct warned that its appearance would bring only terror and rejection. On the seventh night of its awakening, it discovered an ancient inscription carved into the deepest chamber of the mine ruins in a language it somehow understood. Beyond appearance lies truth. Beyond fear lies understanding. The words resonated within its fiery core like a forgotten song. On the 10th day, following their return to Middle-earth, rumors reached Breachwood of a darkness gathering in the Shadow Vale, a narrow canyon 3 days' journey eastward. Travelers spoke of vanished companions, unnatural mists, and whispers in a language that caused listeners to forget their own names. The villagers turned to the Pilgrim for counsel, seeing wisdom in his ancient eyes. Some shadows can be dispersed only by those willing to enter the darkness, the Pilgrim told them, feeling words rise from someplace beyond conscious thought. I shall investigate this threat, despite protests from those who had grown fond of him. The Pilgrim departed the following dawn, staff in hand, guided by stars that seemed to shine with unusual brightness upon his path. Unknown to him, the flame being had also sensed the disturbance in the Shadow Vale. Drawn by an inexplicable compulsion to confront this darkness, it traveled by night, keeping to remote paths to avoid terrifying any who might glimpse its fearsome form. Once, from a distance, it observed a shepherd boy who had wandered too far from his flock. Rather than experiencing hunger or malice toward the child, the flame being felt a strange protective urge. It deliberately collapsed a small ridge to divert the boy back toward his home, then continued its journey with renewed purpose. The Shadow Vale lived up to its ominous name. Perpetual twilight reigned within its narrow confines, where twisted trees grew horizontally from sheer cliff faces, their branches intertwining across the gap to form a canopy that sunlight struggled to penetrate. Mist coiled like spectral serpents around ancient stone formations that resembled figures frozen in attitudes of supplication or despair. It was here, on the 15th day of their return, that Pilgrim and Flame being encountered one another and the true nature of the darkness they both sought. At the valley's heart stood a crumbling tower of black stone, its architecture an affront to natural law. Angles bent where they should straighten. Stairs spiraled both upward and inward simultaneously. Before this structure, robed figures performed ritualistic movements around a central altar where a crystal pulsed with sickly green light. The pilgrim observed from the shelter of a lightning-split oak as the cultists, for such they clearly were, chanted in a language that made his teeth ache and his thoughts scatter. He recognized their purpose with horror. They sought to open a doorway to the void, to reach across the barriers of reality and draw forth their ancient Master Morgoth, the original Dark Lord. As the pilgrim considered how one elderly man might disrupt such a ritual, a roar shattered the unnatural silence of the Vale. From the opposite approach came a being of flame and shadow, its mere presence causing several cultists to fall to their knees in terror. "The Herald!" cried the ritual leader, his voice tight with religious ecstasy. "Behold, our devotion has summoned a Balrog to lead our master home." The flame being hesitated, confusion evident even in its monstrous features. The cultists prostrated themselves, interpreting its arrival as blessing upon their work. In that moment of uncertainty, its gaze met that of the hidden pilgrim. Recognition flowed between them, not of physical form, but of essential nature. The pilgrim saw not a monster, but a being of noble purpose, trapped in fearsome shape. The flame being perceived wisdom and compassion beneath the pilgrim's weathered exterior. Without words or planning, they acted in concert. The pilgrim stepped forth, staff raised to cast a brilliant white light that caused the cultists to shriek and shield their eyes. Simultaneously, the flame being turned its terror-inspiring presence against the cultists rather than supporting them, its whip of fire shattering the crystal upon the altar. What followed was chaos, cultists fleeing or fighting, the collapsing ritual releasing energies that warped reality further around them. Pilgrim and Flame being fought back to back, one with light and wisdom, the other with controlled fire and strength. Neither questioned their unlikely alliance. Both felt it right beyond rational explanation. When the battle ended, as the last cultist fell or fled, and the unnatural mists began to dissipate under the emerging moonlight, Pilgrim and Flame being faced one another fully for the first time. "I should fear you," the Pilgrim said simply, "yet I do not." The Flame being's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "And I should desire your destruction, yet I wish only to preserve." The full moon rose above the valley, its light unusually intense, bathing both figures in silver radiance. With its touch came remembrance not of their true identities, but of the judgment that had sent them here, of the test they underwent. "We are being watched," the pilgrim realized, looking skyward. "Judged by how we act regardless of our form." The flame being nodded, flames dancing thoughtfully across its features. "Then let us be judged not by what we appear to be, but by what we choose to do." Side by side, they departed the Shadow Vale, an unlikely alliance of wisdom and power united against the darkness, one walking a path of redemption, the other a path of understanding, both proving that beneath the music of creation, harmony could be found in the most unexpected forms. In the halls of Amhanaxar, the Valar watched and wondered. Story 3. The moon hung like a silver pendant above the crystalline spires of Kara's Galadhon, casting long shadows through the ancient Malorn trees of Lothal Reen. Within the heart of the golden wood, beneath the vaulted roots of the greatest tree, the Lady Galadriel stood within a circle of 12 elven mages. Their voices rose in harmony, weaving together words of power that hadn't been spoken since the elder days. "Nen, I Estel Edain," they chanted, their words shimmering in the air like heat above summer stone. Shibin Estelanum. The ritual had begun at dusk, an ancient ceremony of purification meant to heal the wounded ley lines that crisscrossed Middle-earth. These veins of power had been corrupted during the long centuries of darkness, polluted by the malice of Morgoth and his lieutenant Sauron. With the One Ring destroyed and Sauron vanquished, the Eldar sought to cleanse these pathways before their final departure from mortal shores. At the ritual's center stood Galadriel's mirror, its waters glowing with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the chanting. The liquid no longer reflected the stars above, but swirled with images of flame and shadow, echoes of the great evil that had been defeated beneath the mountains of Moria. The Balrog, Durin's bane, slain by Gandalf the Grey upon Zirak-Zigil. Though months had passed since the confrontation, the wound it left in the world's fabric remained unhealed, a nexus of power where immortal beings had unleashed their full might. It was this scar the elves sought to mend. As midnight approached, the chanting intensified. Galadriel raised the phial containing the light of Arundel, its radiance cutting through the darkness like a knife. Aya Arundel Elenian Enkalima, she invoked, thrusting the phial toward the mirror. The waters erupted into a column of silver light that pierced the canopy above. For a moment, all was silent, then a distant rumble shook the earth, followed by a shockwave that rippled through the air like the aftermath of thunder. The elven mages were thrown backwards, scattering like autumn leaves before a gale. Only Galadriel remained standing, her eyes wide with the terror few in Middle-earth had ever witnessed upon her ancient face. "What have we done?" she whispered into the sudden darkness. Far away in Minas Tirith, Gandalf the White jolted awake in his chamber, a scream dying in his throat. Fire coursed through his veins, not the gentle warmth of his power, but something wild and untamed. He stumbled from his bed to the silver basin of water, kept for his ablutions, desperate to cool the burning beneath his skin. The face that looked back at him from the water's surface was his own, yet transformed. His eyes, normally blue as a summer sky, now flickered with inner flame. As he watched in horror, tendrils of darkness wound through his silver hair and beard like smoke, only to dissipate and reform elsewhere. "Impossible," he breathed, his fingers trembling as they traced the unfamiliar patterns of shadow that swirled beneath his skin. Yet even as he denied the evidence before him, memories not his own flooded his consciousness, the glory of Almarain before the breaking of the world. The seductive whispers of Melkor promising freedom from servitude. The long, dark centuries buried beneath the mountains, wrapped in slumber and hatred. These were the memories of Durin's bane. Gandalf sank to his knees, clutching his staff for support as he fought to contain the alien presence, now sharing his form. Not possession, something stranger and more profound. It was as though a missing piece of himself had been restored, yet that piece was forged of darker materials than his own soul. "Half of you," he murmured, understanding dawning with terrible clarity. "Half of your essence now resides within me, and if that were true, then somewhere, deep beneath the misty mountains, in the lightless abyss where the Balrog's physical form had been destroyed, something stirred in the darkness. A spark ignited, growing slowly into flame that cast eerie shadows across the cavernous space. The fire took shape, limbs forming, a torso, a head crowned with horns of shadow. Yet this was not the terror that had pursued the Fellowship through the halls of Moria. This flame burned less intensely, its shadows less absolute, and in the core of its fiery being glowed something incongruous, a small sphere of pure white light. The creature raised its hands before its face, regarding them with evident confusion. When it spoke, its voice was a dissonant chorus of rumbling bass and gentle wisdom. "What am I become?" It wondered aloud, the words echoing against stone that melted at its proximity. memories flashed through its consciousness centuries of study in Valinor. The Council of Nienna. Arrival on the shores of Middle-earth with 4 companions, each bearing a staff and a mission. Countless years wandering among mortals, learning their ways, guiding them subtly toward the light. Gandalf's memories. The creature that was neither fully Balrog nor fully Mire rose to its full height, shadow and flame dissipating until its form more closely resembled a man, albeit one wreathed in fire and darkness. It moved with purpose toward the distant exit of the cavern, drawn upward by an inexplicable pull. In the weeks that followed, strange tales spread across the western lands of Middle-earth. In Rohan, shepherds spoke of a wanderer with silver-streaked hair, whose eyes burned like embers when he grew angry. At his passage, shadows lengthened unnaturally, and fires leapt higher in their hearths. Meanwhile, travelers in the foothills of the misty mountains whispered of a figure wreathed in subdued flame, who walked the old paths after dark. Unlike the demons of legend, this being harmed neither man nor beast, but was seen driving off wolves from isolated homesteads and leading lost children back to safety. Gandalf, or the being that had once been solely Gandalf, traveled northward, following the pull in his blood, like a lodestone seeking its counterpart. The foreign presence within him had stabilized, no longer fighting for dominance, but coexisting in uneasy balance. At times, he found himself drawing on abilities no Istari should possess, conjuring flame hot enough to melt stone, commanding shadows to conceal his passage. Other changes proved more troubling. His temper, once kept in check by centuries of discipline, now flared at the slightest provocation. Patience, long his greatest virtue, eroded beneath tides of ancient anger, not his own. Am I becoming the very thing I destroyed? He asked the stars one night, camped upon the slopes of Mount Gundabad. Or are you becoming something more than what Morgoth made you? No answer came save the whisper of wind through stunted pines. The creature born of the Balrog's remains and Gandalf's essence, which had taken to calling itself, the ember in its thoughts moved southward with similar purpose. Its journey proved more arduous, as its appearance inspired terror, despite its diminished flame. It traveled by night and hidden ways, learning to compress its fiery nature until it could pass for a tall man wrapped in concealing cloaks. Yet it could not fully contain the light at its core, the fragment of Gandalf's power that had transferred when their essences divided. This light manifested in unexpected ways, compassion for creatures it encountered, a desire to protect rather than destroy, an appreciation for beauty that had been forgotten during millennia of darkness. On the 20th day after the failed ritual, the ember paused at the edge of a woodland, sensing a familiar presence. From between ancient oaks emerged a company of elves, bows drawn and arrows aimed at its heart. At their center walked Galadriel, her face grave as midwinter. "We have found one half of what we seek," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the still air. Though not as we expected to find it, the ember inclined its head, flames momentarily flaring around its shrouded form. "You know what has happened, Lady of Light. The ritual to heal the world's wounds instead reopened one," Galadriel acknowledged. "When we touched the nexus where you and Mithrandir unleashed your full power, we disturbed the balance. Your essence and his, still intertwined in that place between life and death, were sundered improperly. I am not what I was," the ember said, something like wonder in its resonant voice. "There is light within me that was not there before, and darkness within him that was never meant to be borne by an Istari," Galadriel finished. "We have been tracking Mithrandir's passage northward. If our calculations are correct, your paths will converge upon a Monsell within 2 days' time. The Weathertop," the ember mused, drawing the name from memories not originally its own. "Fitting. A place of watching and worship, also a place of ancient power, Galadriel warned. When you meet, the resulting confluence may destroy you both, or it may restore you to your separate states. The outcome is hidden even from my sight, the ember's shrouded form straightened with resolve. Then I shall meet my destiny there, whatever it may be. Weathertop rose from the surrounding plains like a broken tooth, its ancient watchtower nothing but ruins atop the windswept hill. Gandalf arrived at dusk, climbing the winding path with growing anticipation. The foreign presence within him surged as he neared the summit, flames licking along his staff unbidden. He reached the top as the first stars appeared. The ruined stones of the watchtower formed a rough circle around a central space where, ages past, a Palantir had rested. Now that space was occupied by a figure wreathed in subdued flame, waiting in silence. For a long moment, they regarded one another across the weathered stones, the wizard with fire in his eyes and the demon with light in its heart. Recognition passed between them, beyond physical form to the essence beneath. So Gandalf said at last, "I see myself in you, as I see myself in you," the ember replied. "We are sundered halves of two wholes." Gandalf circled slowly, staff held cautiously before him. "The lady sent you. She believes this meeting will either restore us or destroy us," the ember confirmed. "I find I prefer the former outcome." Strange as that may seem, a bitter laugh escaped Gandalf's lips. "Indeed. To think that Durin's Bane would wish for anything but destruction. I am not solely Durin's Bane any longer," the ember replied, its voice softening. "As you are not solely Olrin, the name Gandalf's true name from before the world was made hung in the air between them. For an instant, both saw past physical form to the truth of their existence, Mire spirits, kin from the beginning of time, who had taken paths that diverged into light and darkness. "What shall we do, then?" Gandalf asked, the rage that had accompanied him northward suddenly quieted by this revelation. The ember extended a flaming hand. "I believe we must complete what was sundered. Not to separate again, but to find balance between." Gandalf hesitated only briefly before stepping forward. "A union of light and shadow. Neither can exist without the other." As their hands met, power surged between them, fire and light, shadow and wisdom, merging and reforming. The hilltop erupted in brilliance visible for leagues in all directions, a pillar of flame that reached toward the heavens before collapsing inward upon itself. When the light faded, a single figure stood among the ancient stones, neither fully Gandalf nor fully Balrog, but something that transcended both. Robes of deepest midnight were embroidered with patterns of silver flame. Eyes of piercing blue held flecks of gold that smoldered like embers. White hair and beard were shot through with streaks of darkest shadow. The being that had been two raised its hands to the star-filled sky, feeling power flow through its veins, not the corrupted might of Morgoth's servant, nor the constrained power of an Astari, but something new. Balance. When it spoke, its voice carried both the wisdom of ages and the power of primal flame. "I am neither what I was, nor what I feared to become, but something the world has not seen before." It lifted the staff that had been Gandalf's, now wreathed in controlled flame that illuminated rather than consumed. "The time of the Astari is ending, as is the time of the ancient evils. Perhaps this is the shape of what comes after neither light triumphant nor darkness ascendant, but harmony between, with that declaration echoing among the stones. The being that had once been two adversaries descended from Weathertop and walked into legend, a guardian of balance for the fourth age of Middle-earth. Behind it, shadows and light danced in perfect equilibrium, neither overwhelming the other, as it should be, as it always should have been. Story 4. The storm that descended upon the Grey Havens came not from the natural world, but from the realm beyond. Silver-tipped waves crashed against ancient stone quays as lightning fractured the twilight sky in patterns that resembled runes of a forgotten age. The elves who had gathered to bid farewell to Mithrandir Gandalf the White stood transfixed, their immortal eyes wide with wonder and fear as the tempest intensified. See Arden the Shipwright, eldest of the elves remaining in Middle-earth, raised his weathered hand to shield his eyes from the supernatural gale. "This is no ordinary storm," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the howling wind. The Valar themselves reach across the divide. Gandalf stood at the edge of the harbor, his white robes and silver hair whipping about him like banners in a furious battle. 5 years had passed since the fall of Sauron, 5 years since the crowning of King Elessar, and at last the wizard's long task in Middle-earth was complete. The ship that would bear him to Valinor awaited, its white sails trembling in anticipation of the journey across the sundering seas. Yet something held him back, an unfinished chord in the great music of E that only he could hear. The sea before him began to boil, not with heat, but with purpose. The waters parted in a graceful arc, revealing a pathway of obsidian stone that rose from the depths. And upon this impossible bridge walked a figure that caused even Gandalf's ancient heart to falter. Shadow and flame, darkness and light, the Balrog of Moria approached, not as the terror of Moria, but transformed. Its form was more contained, more defined. Wings of shadow still stretched from its back, but they no longer seemed torn and ragged. The flames that coursed across its body burned with a steady, almost measured intensity. Most striking of all were its eyes, no longer pits of malice, but windows to an intelligence as old as the world itself. The elves reached for weapons they had not needed to carry in years, but Gandalf raised his hand to stay them. "This is not an attack," he said, though uncertainty colored his words. "This is a summons." The Balrog halted at the edge of the quay, towering over all present, yet somehow diminished from the horror Gandalf had faced upon the bridge of Moria. When it spoke, its voice was like stone grinding against stone, yet underlying the harshness was a melody that reminded Gandalf of the music of the Aenir from before the world was made. Olrin, it addressed him by his true name, the name he bore in Valinor before taking the form of an old man and the title of Gandalf. "The time of judgment is upon us." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff held not as a weapon, but as support. "I believed you destroyed, fallen into the deepest abyss beneath Moria, as I believed of you," the Balrog replied. "Yet death is not the fate of our kind, merely transformation." It gestured to its own form. "You see me changed, as you yourself were changed from gray to white. What judgment do you speak of?" Gandalf asked, though in his heart he already knew. The Balrog's flame dimmed slightly, its form becoming more solid, more definable. "When we fell together into the depths, when our battle shook the foundations of the ancient world, our essences, our very souls became entangled. I, who was Gothmog in the ages before corruption, took into myself fragments of your light. And you, Olrin, absorbed shadows of my darkness." A murmur passed through the gathered elves. See Arden stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the Balrog. Gothmog was the Lord of Balrogs, the High Captain of Angband in the First Age. He fell in battle at Gondolin. That was another who took my name, the Balrog said. I was one of the first to fall to Morgoth's corruption, long before the elves awoke beside Cuivinan. I was sealed away beneath what would become Moria, a guardian of secrets better left buried. Gandalf's mind raced. In the years since his return as Gandalf the White, he had felt changes within himself, moments of rage that burned hotter than they should, shadows of thought that did not seem entirely his own. Had he truly absorbed some essence of this ancient evil during their battle? The Valar call us both to judgment, the Balrog continued. Neither holy light nor holy dark. We have become something unexpected in the great design. They would see us return to Valinor, to stand before the circle of doom and be unmade, our essences separated and restored to their original purpose. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. And if I refuse? The storm intensified, lightning striking the water around them in a perfect circle. The Balrog's flames flared briefly in response. Then the storm shall claim us both, and our mixed essences will be scattered across the vastness of never to be reformed. The choice is to face judgment or face oblivion. See, Arden placed a hand on Gandalf's shoulder. This cannot be true, Mithrandir. It is some final deception of the enemy, but Gandalf slowly shook his head. No, my friend. I feel the truth of it in the very fiber of my being. He turned back to the Balrog. If we are to return together, we must first cross Middle-earth to reach the ship. The peoples of this land will not welcome your presence. They need not welcome me, the Balrog replied. They need only endure me, as I have endured the long darkness beneath the mountain. And so began the strangest journey in the closing days of the Third Age, a wizard and a Balrog. Traveling side by side across the lands they had each shaped in their own way. They moved by night when possible, avoiding settlements and known paths. Yet word spread swiftly, carried by birds and beasts, and the very wind itself. The White Wizard walks with shadow and flame. In the hills of Eriador, they were set upon by a band of rogue Dunlendings who had turned to banditry after the fall of Saruman. The men attacked at dawn, believing the slumbering forms to be vulnerable travelers. Their arrows passed harmlessly through the Balrog's form, and the creature rose to its full height, wings unfurling in the morning light. Gandalf raised his hand before the Balrog could strike. No, these are children who know not what they do. The Balrog's flame dimmed slightly, and it folded its wings. Once I would have consumed them without thought. Is this your light within me that stays my hand? Perhaps, Gandalf replied. Or perhaps it is memory of who you were before the corruption. They crossed the weather hills and skirted the borders of the Shire, that green and pleasant land that had produced the most unlikely hero of the age. As they passed near Bree, they encountered a patrol of rangers, now servants of King Elisar, led by none other than the king himself. Aragorn, resplendent in the regalia of Gondor, yet still moving with the grace of a ranger, stood firm as the strange pair approached. His hand rested upon Enril, the flame of the west, but he did not draw it. My old friend, he addressed Gandalf. Strange tidings reached me of your new traveling companion. Stranger still is the truth behind those tidings, Gandalf replied. We journey to face judgment in the undying lands. Aragorn's gaze shifted to the Balrog, who had diminished its form to appear less threatening, though shadows still writhed about it. This creature slew Durin's folk, and would have destroyed the Fellowship, and I battled it to my own destruction, Gandalf said softly. Yet here we both stand, changed by that encounter in ways neither of us fully comprehend. They shared a fire that night, an odd gathering of king, rangers, wizard, and Balrog. Aragorn listened in silence as Gandalf explained the entanglement of essences, the call to judgment. When the tale was done, the king of Gondor and Arnor looked long into the flames before speaking. The world changes, he said at last. The time of elves is ending, the dwarves diminish, and the dominion of men begins. Perhaps it is fitting that even the most ancient evils find transformation, rather than destruction. He looked up at the Balrog. What will you do if the Valar grant you freedom from corruption? The Balrog was silent for so long that Gandalf thought it might not answer. When it did, its voice was softer than before. I remember the music before discord entered it. I remember the joy of creation, not destruction. I would hear that music again, if only as the faintest echo. Their journey continued, and as they traveled, subtle changes manifested in both beings. The Balrog's flames burned less fiercely, its form becoming more defined, more reminiscent of the mire it had once been. Gandalf found moments where shadows crossed his thoughts, yet rather than fighting them, he acknowledged them, incorporating them into his understanding of the world's balance. Near the borders of Lindon, as they approached the Grey Havens once more, a final challenge awaited. A conclave of dark sorcerers, remnants of Sauron's human servants who had studied forbidden arts, had learned of their passing. Believing that by capturing and binding a Balrog, they might claim power to rival the fallen Dark Lords, they prepared an ambush in a narrow valley. Ancient spells of binding, stolen from ruins of Angmar and crypts of forgotten kingdoms, were woven into a net of power. As Gandalf and the Balrog entered the valley, the trap was sprung. Dark energies erupted from carefully placed rune stones, forming chains that sought to ensnare the Balrog. To the sorcerer's surprise and horror, the magical bindings wrapped around both Balrog and Wizard, drawing them together as their mixed essences responded to the same summons. Pain lanced through both beings as the spells attempted to separate what had become inextricably linked. In that moment of shared agony, Gandalf and the Balrog reached toward each other not physically, but with their very souls. Light and shadow merged, not fighting but dancing together in a pattern reminiscent of the original music. The binding spells shattered, unable to contain the harmony of opposed forces working in concert. The sorcerers fled in terror as Gandalf and the Balrog rose together, momentarily unified in a being of terrible beauty, neither Mire nor Balrog, but something entirely new. The unified entity raised a hand, and the valley itself was cleansed of the dark magic that had tainted it, trees and grasses springing forth where barren rock had been moments before. Then, slowly, they separated once more into their individual forms, though something fundamental had changed. The Balrog now bore a faint luminescence beneath its flames, while Gandalf's white robes occasionally rippled with shadow that was not cast by any physical object. "Now I understand," Gandalf said softly. "This is why the Valar call us to judgment. What we have become was never part of the music, or perhaps," the Balrog replied. "It is a new harmony that even they did not foresee." They returned to the Grey Havens as the season turned to autumn. The white ship still waited, its sails now golden in the light of the setting sun. Sea Arden greeted them with solemn wonder, having heard tales of their journey and the changes wrought in both beings. As they boarded the ship that would bear them across the sundering seas to the judgment that awaited, Gandalf looked back one last time at Middle-earth, the land he had walked for over 2,000 years, the people he had guided and protected, the battles won and lost. "Do you fear their judgment?" the Balrog asked, standing beside him at the rail as the ship pulled away from the harbor. Gandalf considered the question for a long moment. "I fear not judgment, but stagnation. The world moves forward, even the immortal elves change and grow. Why should the Valar themselves be immune to transformation?" The Balrog's flames flickered with what might have been amusement. "That sounds dangerously close to Morgoth's original argument, perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged. "But intention matters. Morgoth sought domination. We seek understanding," as the ship sailed into the west, following the straight road that led beyond the circles of the world. Both Wizard and Balrog felt a growing peace. Whatever judgment awaited in the undying lands, They would face it together, two fragments of the same divine spark. Shadow and light intertwined in the endless tapestry of creation. The storm that had marked their first meeting at the Grey Havens now followed their ship, not threatening but accompanying, as if the very powers of Arda recognized that something unprecedented journeyed back to the land of its origin. Lightning illuminated their path across dark waters, each flash revealing glimpses of the shoreless sea and the distant lights of Valinor. In that liminal space between worlds, Gandalf the White and the being once called the Balrog of Moria prepared to face the judgment of powers beyond mortal comprehension, not as enemies, but as living proof that even in the darkest shadow, light could take root, and even the brightest light cast shadows of its own. Story 5. The halls of Mandos stood silent as eternity itself, their marble corridors stretching beyond mortal comprehension into realms where time flowed differently than in the lands of Middle-earth. Within these sacred halls, spirits awaited judgment or healing, remembrance or rebirth. It was here that Gandalf the Grey had been brought after his fall in Moria, his physical form broken, but his immortal essence intact. He drifted through misty chambers where memories hung like tapestries upon walls of thought, neither fully conscious nor truly absent. The pain of his final battle still echoed within him, the searing heat of the Balrog's flame, the terrible strength in its grip as they plummeted together into the abyss. Their combat had continued upon Zirik-Zigil, the Silver-Teen, until both had spent the last measure of their power. In victory, Gandalf had found oblivion, or so he believed. A voice like distant thunder rolled through the formless halls, speaking directly into his essence. Olrin, it called, using his true name from before the shaping of Arda. Your time in these halls is ending. The world requires your return. The voice belonged to Inmo, Lord of Mandos, keeper of the houses of the dead. His presence manifested as a profound weight, as though the very concept of finality had taken form. I have fulfilled my purpose, Gandalf replied, his own voice faint as a half-remembered song. Let another take my place in the world of the living. Your purpose evolves, Enmo countered. The darkness grows cunning. Sauron stretches forth his hand once more. Memories of his mission flooded back the forming of the White Council, the discovery of the One Ring, the desperate hope placed in the smallest of beings. Frodo would still be making his way toward Mordor, carrying a burden no one should have to bear. Then send me back, Gandalf conceded. A tremor passed through the halls, a disturbance in the perfect stillness that had nothing to do with Gandalf's decision. Enmo's attention shifted, his vast consciousness focusing elsewhere for a moment. Unexpected, the Vala murmured. It appears you will not journey alone. Before Gandalf could question this statement, a surge of power swept through the hall. The formless mists coalesced into a corridor of light, at the end of which stood a doorway blazing with silver fire. Beyond that threshold waited not just life, but transformation. Go now, Enmo commanded. But know this part of what you fought remains tethered to you. Some bonds cannot be severed, even by death. With those cryptic words still resonating through his being, Gandalf was thrust forward into the silver fire and beyond, into a rebirth that would name him Gandalf the White. Minas Tirith gleamed like a pearl in the morning light, its 7-tiered levels catching the sun's rays and reflecting them back against the looming shadow of Mount Mindalluin. In the highest circle, within a chamber of the citadel that had been given to him upon his return, Gandalf the White awoke from troubled sleep with a strangled cry. The dream had come again more vivid than before. Not a dream of the battle with the Balrog, but something far stranger. He had been walking through gardens of living flame in a realm of perfect harmony. Beside him walked another Maya, a spirit of his own kind, whose name he almost remembered upon waking. They had been discussing the music of the Aenir, debating subtle variations in the themes of Ilvatar. "Brothers," Gandalf whispered, the word falling from his lips like a revelation. "We were brothers in the beginning." He rose from his bed and moved to the window, gazing eastward where dawn broke over the mountains of shadow. The war against Sauron had been won at terrible cost. The One Ring was destroyed, its master with it. The time of the elves was ending, and soon the dominion of men would begin in earnest. His own time in Middle-earth was growing short. The white ship would soon depart from the Grey Havens, bearing the ring-bearers and many of the Eldar to Valinor. He would join them, his mission complete at last. Yet something held him back, these dreams of a past he could not fully recall, of a connection to the very being he had destroyed upon the mountainside. A knock at his chamber door broke his reverie. A servant of the citadel entered, bowing low. "My Lord Mithrandir, forgiveness for the early hour, but Lord Elrond has arrived from Rivendell. He requests your presence most urgently." Gandalf's eyebrows rose in surprise. Elrond was meant to be preparing for his final departure from Middle-earth. For him to ride to Minas Tirith boded ill. "Tell him I shall join him directly," Gandalf replied, reaching for his white robes. He found Elrond in the court of the fountain, gazing thoughtfully at the white tree, which had bloomed anew after Aragorn's crowning. The half-elven lord turned as Gandalf approached, his ageless face grave with concern. "These dreams you've been having," Elrond said without preamble, "of a time before time. Of gardens of flame and a brother lost to darkness." Gandalf stopped in his tracks, astonishment plain upon his features. "How could you know of this?" "Because they are not merely dreams, Mithrandir," Elrond replied, his voice dropping to a whisper, though none were near enough to overhear. "They are memories not only yours, but his as well." "His?" Gandalf repeated, though in his heart he already knew. "The Balrog of Morgoth," Elrond confirmed. "Durin's bane. When you were remade as Gandalf the White, something unexpected occurred. A fragment of his essence, his memory, became entwined with your own." Gandalf's hand tightened upon his staff, its crystal head glowing faintly in response to his unease. "That cannot be. The Balrog was destroyed utterly, was it?" Elrond's gaze was piercing. "Or was it merely transformed as you were?" The ancient texts speak of a condition called fa mirroring, when two spirits of similar origin engage in combat to mutual destruction. Sometimes a resonance occurs. A shiver passed through Gandalf as another memory surfaced, not his own, but alien and yet familiar. The seductive voice of Melkor, promising power and freedom from the constraints of the Valar. The slow corruption of a once noble spirit. "If what you say is true," Gandalf said slowly, "then somewhere, some part of the Balrog must survive, carrying fragments of my memories as I carry his." Elrond nodded grimly. "The loremasters of Rivendell have detected a disturbance in the deeps of Moria. Something stirs in the lightless places beneath the mountains, neither fully alive nor truly dead, and you believe it is seeking me," Gandalf concluded. "I believe there is unfinished business between you," Elrond corrected. "The mirroring creates a bond that cannot be ignored. Left unresolved, it may prevent your return to Valinor." Gandalf turned toward the east, where the misty mountains were just visible as a dark line upon the horizon. "Then I must confront it one last time, not to destroy," Elrond cautioned, "but to understand." The ancient texts suggest that in such rare cases, there may be purpose beyond our comprehension. The eastern gate of Moria yawned like an open maw in the mountainside, its great doors long since shattered by the Watcher in the water. Gandalf stood before the entrance, his white robes gleaming in the afternoon sun, staff gripped tightly in his hand. He had come alone, against the Council of Aragorn and the protests of the hobbits. Some journeys could only be undertaken in solitude. As he stepped across the threshold into the darkness, memories assailed him, both his own and those not his own. The Balrog's memories revealed a being who had once served in the forges of all, crafting wonders in the dawn of creation. A spirit who had been swayed by Melkor's promise of unfettered creation, only to be bound in darker service than any imposed by the Valar. The deeper Gandalf ventured into Moria, the stronger these memories became, guiding his steps through the abandoned halls of the once great dwarven kingdom. He made his way not up toward Durin's tower, where their battle had culminated, but down into the lightless deeps, where the Balrog had slumbered for an age before being disturbed by the dwarves' delving. In the lowest hall, where heat rose from fissures in the rock, and the air tasted of sulfur and ancient magic, Gandalf finally halted. The chamber stretched beyond the reach of his staff's light, its ceiling lost in shadow. "I know you are here," he called, his voice echoing against stone that had witnessed the passing of ages. "As part of you is within me, so part of me resides within you." For a long moment, only silence answered him. Then, a gleam in the darkness, not the red glow of flame, but a steady white light, like a star seen through mist. From the shadows emerged a figure, both familiar and utterly alien. It had the general shape of the Balrog he had battled, but its flame was subdued, cloaked in shadow, that seemed to absorb light rather than emit it. At its center, where the heart might be an immortal being, shone that unwavering white light, a perfect miniature of the radiance that emanated from Gandalf's staff. Olrin, the being spoke, its voice a dissonant harmony of rumbling depths and clear notes. "Brother from before the world was made, Mard-ath," Gandalf replied, the Balrog's true name coming to his lips unbidden from memories not his own. "We meet now as neither enemies nor friends, but as fragments of a sundered whole, the shadow-shrouded being inclined its head. I remember gardens of flame where we walked together. I remember standing before Ilvatar as the music began, a shudder passed through its massive frame. And I remember the long darkness after, when Melkor's promises turned to chains, as I now recall being tempted by his words," Gandalf admitted. "The memories we share have shown me how fine the line between our paths truly was." The chamber trembled slightly, dust and small stones raining from the unseen ceiling as the Balrog's form flickered between solidity and insubstantiality. "I cannot maintain this form," it said, the white light at its core pulsing erratically. "The fragment of your essence within me struggles against millennia of corruption. It burns away what I was, yet offers no wholeness in return, and your essence within me grows restless as our journey to Valinor approaches," Gandalf replied. "Neither of us can be complete while this mirroring persists." The Balrog's flame dimmed further, its massive shoulders slumping. "Then it ends here. One must consume the other to find completion." Gandalf stepped forward, unafraid. "Or perhaps there is another way. Not consumption, but reconciliation." From within his robes, he withdrew a small crystal phial, a gift from Galadriel before her departure. Within it swirled a substance neither liquid nor gas, glimmering with the light of Arundel's star. "The lady foresaw this meeting," Gandalf explained. "This phial contains water from her mirror, mixed with light from the Silmaril that sails the heavenly seas. The lore masters believe it can serve as a conduit, a means to untangle our mirrored essences without destruction." The Balrog regarded the phial with an unreadable expression, the shadow around it thinning slightly. "And if it fails, then we remain as we are bound together, yet eternally separate." Unable to find our way home, for a long moment, the chamber was silent save for the distant rumble of the earth. Then, with deliberate slowness, The Balrog extended one massive hand, palm upward. Gandalf placed the phial in the center of that shadowy palm, where it glowed like a captive star. With his own hand, he grasped the Balrog's wrist. The touch sent shockwaves of memory cascading through them, both the full history of two Mire spirits from the moment of their creation to this unexpected reunion. The crystal phial shattered, its contents flowing not outward, but inward, absorbed into both beings simultaneously. Light and shadow, fire and wisdom, separated and recombined in their proper measures. When the transformation ended, two distinct figures stood facing one another across the ancient chamber. Gandalf the White, his essence fully his own once more, beheld the Balrog in its original form, a majestic being of controlled flame, its eyes clear of Morgoth's influence for the first time since the elder days. "What comes now, brother?" The purified Maya asked, its voice musical where once it had been terrible. Gandalf smiled gently. "For me, the white ship and return to Valinor, and for you a choice long denied. Redemption is possible, even after an age of darkness," the flame being gazed upward, as though seeing beyond the mountain to the sky above. "I have dwelled in darkness for so long. Perhaps it is time to seek the light once more." Together, they ascended from the deeps of Moria, two beings who had entered the world before its making, now prepared to write the final chapters of their long story in Middle-earth. One would sail west with the last of the Eldar. The other would begin a longer journey of atonement and healing. But neither would forget the brief time when they had carried each other's memories, when ancient enmity had given way to understanding, and when the mirrors of their souls had reflected not opposition, but harmony.